สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดี
Ladies and gentlemen and all participants, I'm Guang Kim Jar. It's my honor to be a host for this fantastic session. I would like to welcome you to Startup Innovation Thailand Expo 2022 or site. This year we come up with the theme Reconnecting the World. Actually, our world has been fighting against the pandemic of COVID-19, which we could not stop moving forward. So right now, NAA would like to present to you a many of informative sessions that we can solve all the problem, all the crises that we have to face. So right now, for our next topic, we are going to discuss more about Deep Tech Evolve, the great wave of innovation business from head of Hello Tomorrow Asia Pacific. So if you talk about Hello Tomorrow, is a mission-driven global organization that aims to accelerate the transfer of deep technologies to solve some of our most pressing industrial, environmental, and society challenges. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you our distinguished guests and the speaker from the Hello Tomorrow Asia Pacific, Mr. Ernest Chu. Please welcome. Swadika, hello. Could you hear me well?
Swadika, everyone. Hello, and thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you to the organizers as well for the kind invitation to speak today and to address the audience today about how deep technology will form the next wave of innovation, and as well as the commercial opportunities that will arise from deep technology as the next wave of innovation.
All right, thank you very much for joining us today as well. And I believe this session is going to be a very amazing session that we can hear from you. Thank you once again. So please, you can continue with your presentation.
Thank you. So by way of introduction, my name is Ernest. I help to run Hello Tomorrow's work in the Asia Pacific region. A lot of the work that we have been doing around deep technology deals with helping deep technology startups, especially the very highly technical startups, scale up, commercialize, and seek impact in the market and seek adoption by broad-based market players. So I'll just get right to it. 11 years ago, we started Hello Tomorrow and with a singular mission of helping scientists and entrepreneurs go to market. Back then, deep technology was an unknown term, but now deep technology as an industry term is part of everyone's vernacular. So we are really glad to see that we have succeeded in our initial mission. But now that we have, and now that it has obtained widespread acceptance, the work has magnified. Our strong belief, as kindly shared by the host, is that rigorous tech is needed to solve some of the world's toughest challenges. And unfortunately, tough challenges require solutions that are equally intricate. So to us, connectedness is very important. Being able to access the top minds and innovations in all ecosystems is something that we actively continually build towards so as to be able to highlight the most promising solutions and innovations to our partners globally. One thing I want to highlight as we enter into this as well is that deep technology startups are inherently impact focused and are very close and tie in very closely to sustainable issues. Every year, we do a survey of all the startups that come in through our network and ecosystem. 97% of them tackle at least one of the SDGs. 87% of them tackle the SDGs in good health and well-being, as well as in industry innovation and infrastructure. And 47% of the deep technology startup tackle at least 2 different SDGs. So Hello Tomorrow is an ecosystem builder. What does that mean? It means that we engage with different types of ecosystem stakeholders. To begin with, every year we have this challenge called the Hello Tomorrow Global Challenge. Using this, we've identified about 26,000 solutions from over 128 different countries. We get about 5,000 startups come to us every year. So this allows us to form a strong knowledge base as to what's coming up on the supply side of innovation and how this will translate into promising commercial opportunities as well as impact opportunities for larger players in the market. So with that, one of the things that we do is we scout deep tech solutions worldwide. We then use the information and knowledge that's been gathered here to generate research, insights, and dialogues to bring all stakeholders to the table together to be able to productively talk about, plan for, and explore the opportunities that are presented by external deep tech innovations. So, for example, this year, every other month we are launching a new research piece into different areas. The first that we have launched is in sustainable food systems. Next, in the upcoming weeks, we'll be launching another one about around inclusive and affordable health. Following that, next month we'll be launching one on cleaner energies, and after that on regenerative industries. So these are all pieces that we publish, typically with the Boston Consulting Group, with whom we have had a many multi-year relationship to develop knowledge and insights together to help corporate players all around. So apart from this, these types of activities, we also engage in future mapping activities to help partners understand what are the most significant and actionable trends that are emerging in the future so that they can then plan strategic innovation leadership and execution around emerging trends in order to maintain and to continue to stay competitive in the market. But really, at the end of the day, at the heart of what we do is our desire and our expertise in terms of supporting deep tech startups. So we run incubation programs, we run acceleration programs, we run market access programs as well to help deep tech entrepreneurs or scientist entrepreneurs across all themes, from venture co-creation to pilots, market access, and we believe in the importance of being an ecosystem multiplier for all of these startups. So within our global network, we have over 35,000 stakeholders who are all part of the deep tech innovation ecosystem. And we constantly organize community events to be able to capture, synthesize, and then translate and distribute knowledge back to the community. And I'm also very proud to say that through the different startup applications and applicants and finalists who have come into our challenges, our finalists have gone on to raise over $2 billion over the past 8 years. So really, deep tech is on the rise, and this slide just shows kind of an overview of how we engage with different stakeholders. And if anything here is of interest to you, or if you think we can help you in any way, please do let us know. So as we begin talking about deep tech and its application to industry and commercial opportunities, I think it's very important for us to understand really what is the definition of deep tech, because this is something that changes, that evolves rather. This is something that many people have asked as well. How do you define deep tech? So rather than defining it just by industry, which is what you see in the circle of industries on the slide, deep technology, we believe, describes an innovation approach that uses emerging technologies which are rooted in science and advanced engineering that can offer significant advances over existing technologies to help solve global problems. So earlier I had spoken about how deep tech has gone from being something that a term that was more esoteric to one that is now part of most people's vernacular. And I think the numbers show that, right? So our position has always been that engaging with deep tech is increasingly important for industry leaders everywhere. According to our research with BCG, investment in deep tech startups and scale-ups have more than quadrupled from $15 billion in 2016 to over $60 billion in 2022. Interest and trust from corporates is reflected in the numbers, and disclosed private investments have from the corporate side of things have rose from 5 billion in 2016 to over 18 billion in 2020. So when thinking about deep tech as well, a lot of people are talking about, a lot of people recognize that innovation comes in waves, and there are different underlying factors that drive these different waves. So why is this wave now for deep tech in place. Contextually, I think we have to look at the history in order to understand how we are, where we are today, and how we got here. So the first wave of innovation consisted of the first and second industrial revolutions, and back closer to recent memory, the second wave was driven mainly by corporate labs that were run by players such as IBM, Xerox PARC, with high caliber multidisciplinary teams that were strongly involved in the scientific community, aiding and helping with basic research. The third wave of innovation then saw this decline of corporate research and saw the emergence of smaller disruptive firms backed by venture capital, which later defined the Silicon Valley model that focused very heavily on IT, digital, and biotechnology. This model is still very much in place, but what we are positing is that the fourth wave is now here. So just as how each wave grew and was seeded from the last, the fourth is now gathering momentum. So picture the early 1990s when the internet was
ทีนี้ในช่วงต้นของยุค 1990 นะครับที่อินเทอร์เน็ตเพิ่งจะเริ่มเป็นกระแสทั่วไปนั่นก็คือสิ่งที่เราเรียกเป็นคลื่นลูกที่4นะครับแล้วทีนี้เราลองมาดูเป็นตัวเลขหรือว่ามาสะท้อนให้เห็นในความเป็นจริงดีกว่าจะได้เห็นภาพที่ชัดเจนขึ้นผมก็คิดว่า Deep Tech Startup ที่ดังที่สุดในยุคใหม่ของเรานะครับก็จะแสดงให้เห็นนะคะยกตัวอย่างเช่นเนี่ยเราดูจาก Tesla นะคะเพิ่งเข้าตลาดเมื่อแค่11 ปีที่แล้วแต่ว่าตอนนี้มีสัดส่วนการตลาดใหญ่ที่สุดเลยนะคะเมื่อเทียบกับบริษัทขนาดรถยนต์ขนาดใหญ่อีก2เจ้าสำหรับ business ที่เป็น core business คือทำรถยนต์มันประสบความสำเร็จก็เพราะว่ามันสามารถที่จะทำให้ตลาดเชื่อว่ามันเป็นยิ่งกว่านั้นนะครับแล้วก็ต่างจากผู้ผลิตรถยนต์อื่นๆนะครับไม่ได้ทำแค่ค่อยๆพัฒนาไปทีละนิดนะครับเช่นปรับในเรื่องของ carbon emission หรือว่าปรับเรื่องการลดการใช้น้ำเชื้อเพลิงแต่ว่า Tesla นั้นเริ่มตั้งแต่ต้นเลยว่าไม่ได้แค่จะทำแค่รถไฟฟ้าแต่ว่าเตรียมรถที่ขับด้วยตัวเองไปเลยซึ่งตรงนี้เนี่ยมันเป็นปัญหาที่ใหญ่กว่านั้นปัญหาในเชิงคมนาคมแล้วก็อีกอย่างหนึ่งนะครับก็มี Deep Tech Solution ของอีกเจ้าหนึ่งเลยซึ่งเป็นสิ่งที่พวกเราทุกคนเนี่ยก็คงจะคุ้นเคยแล้วก็รักกันเป็นอย่างดีนะคะเพราะมันส่งผลต่อสุขภาพของเราทุกคนนั่นก็คือการผลิตตัว mRNA ของ Moderna แล้วก็ BioNTech นะครับซึ่งก็คือเป็นตัวอย่างของการ scale up Deep Tech ที่ดีมากๆเลยนี่คือเทคโนโลยีที่หลายต่อหลายปีคิดว่าเป็นไปไม่ได้หรอกนะครับแล้วมันก็ไม่ใช่การพัฒนาแบบค่อยเป็นค่อยไปด้วยนะครับการรับแล้วก็การ launch การใช้ตัว mRNAวัคซีนเหล่านี้เนี่ยมันมาอย่างรวดเร็วเลยและตอนนี้เนี่ยเขาก็จะมองไปข้างหน้าเอา mRNA มาใช้ในการรักษาโรคต่างๆเช่นเรื่องของการออกแบบวัคซีนที่จับเฉพาะต่อมะเร็งต่างๆนะครับหรือว่าโรคทางภูมิคุ้มกันหรือว่าโรคทางเจเนติกอื่นๆซึ่งตรงนี้นะครับก็แสดงให้เห็นถึงความโตอย่างรวดเร็วเลยแล้วถ้าดูตรงนี้นะครับตอนนี้ Peak Market Cap ของ Moderna นั้นอยู่ที่ประมาณ 300,000 ล้านเลยนะครับซึ่งนี่คือบริษัทที่เพิ่งมีอายุแค่2 ปีเท่านั้นเองและดูว่า Market Cap ของ Pfizer นั้นอยู่ที่เท่าไหร่สำหรับตัวอย่างที่ใหญ่เหล่านี้นะครับซึ่งเป็นตัวอย่างที่สะดุดตาแล้วก็เตะตามากเลยมันก็ยังมีตัวอย่างอีกเป็นร้อยๆเลยนะครับที่โตแบบก้าวกระโดดเป็นผลของการทำงานจากสตาร์ทอัพวิทยาศาสตร์แล้วก็วงการของวิศวกรรมต่างๆนะคะทีมเหล่านี้นั้นทุ่มเทมีความทะเยอทะยานที่สูงมากในการที่จะเปลี่ยนทั้งวงการเลยแล้วก็มุ่งไปยังตรงที่เป็น value ตรงที่เป็นมูลค่าของโอกาสจริงๆผมคิดว่าสารที่ชัดเจนนั้นก็คือว่าผู้นำของบริษัทต่างๆนั้นจะต้องเริ่มใช้ Deep Tech ได้แล้วนะครับแล้วก็จะต้องดูไปถึงการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่จะเกิดขึ้นตั้งแต่ระดับพื้นฐานเลยทีเดียวว่าแต่เราจะไป engage กับ Deep Tech ต่างๆได้อย่างไรอย่างแรกเลยนะครับเราก็ต้องเริ่มเข้าใจก่อนว่านวัตกรรมนั้นมันมีหน้าตาเป็นอย่างไรบ้างคุณลักษณะหลักๆของ Deep Tech Venture ที่ประสบความสำเร็จมีอะไรบ้างนะครับซึ่งตรงนี้เนี่ยก็น่าจะเป็นจุดที่จะทำให้เราอ้างอิงได้นะครับเปรียบเทียบแล้วก็เข้าใจว่าจริงๆแล้ว Deep Tech นั้นมันคืออะไรอันดับแรกเลยนะครับก็คือว่า Deep Tech นั้นจะเน้นไปที่การแก้ไขปัญหาตั้งแต่รากเหง้าเลยแทนที่จะค่อยๆพัฒนาปรับไปทีละน้อยตัวอย่างเช่น Tesla ใช่ไหมครับก็คือเขาจะสร้างรถที่ขับเคลื่อนด้วยตัวเองไปเลยแทนที่จะไปดูแค่เรื่องของปรับการใช้น้ำมันเชื้อเพลิงไปทีละนิดนั่นแหละครับก็คือ หัวใจของ Deep Tech ที่ดีอันดับที่2นะครับก็จะเป็นการเอาเทคโนโลยีที่เข้ามา disrupt วงการหลายๆตัวมาจูมรวมกันซึ่งต้องบอกว่าถ้าดูในการศึกษาของเรานะครับเทสสตาร์ทอัพกว่า 97% นั้นจะต้องใช้เทคโนโลยีใหม่อย่างน้อย2อย่างมารวมกันซึ่งนั่นก็จะนำไปสู่โซลูชันหรือว่าวิธีแก้ไขที่ดีที่สุดนะคะในหมู่โซลูชันทั้งหลายที่มีในเพนพอยท์ที่ต้องการที่จะแก้แล้วก็ทางแชร์แมนของซีรีส์นะครับก็ได้พูดว่า Deep Tech นั้นก็คือเป็นผลมาจากการเอาเทคโนโลยีที่มัน disruptive หลายอย่างมารวมกันยกตัวอย่างเช่นใช่ไหมครับเอา AI มารวมกับรถยนต์นะครับแล้วก็อาจจะเป็นเทคโนโลยีในพวกของควอนตัมหรืออื่นๆด้วยแล้วก็จะเปิดทางไปสู่นวัตกรรมใหม่แล้วก็จะนำไปสู่ผลต่อสังคมและเศรษฐกิจอย่างที่ไม่เคยเห็นมาก่อนนี่ก็จะนำเรามาสู่คุณลักษณะประการที่3นั้นนะครับก็คือ Deep Tech ที่ประสบความสำเร็จนั้นจะพัฒนาเป็นผลิตภัณฑ์ที่จับต้องได้นะครับหรือว่าเป็นกึ่งซอฟต์แวร์แล้วก็กึ่งจับต้องได้จะไม่ใช่สิ่งที่เป็นแค่ซอฟต์แวร์หรือว่า Marketplace ขายอย่างเดียวเลยนะครับจะเป็นการขับไปกลับมานะครับระหว่างโลกของดิจิทัลกับโลกของอะตอมให้ก่อได้เป็นสิ่งที่จับต้องได้จริงๆนะครับไม่ใช่แค่สร้างอะไรซอฟต์แวร์ออกมาโรลันบัชPresident แล้วก็ CEO ของ Siemens ก็ได้ย้ำว่าสำหรับเขานะครับหัวใจหลักของนวัตกรรมในยุคนี้ก็คือเป็นการที่จะผสานโลกกายภาพที่จับต้องได้กับโลกดิจิทัลซึ่งจะเป็นไปได้ก็ต้องมีโน้ตฮาวในเชิงลึกนะครับมีเทคโนโลยีแล้วก็มีอีโคซิสเต็มที่แข็งแรงที่จะรองรับตรงนี้แล้วก็นั่นแหละครับก็คือจะนำมาสู่ประเด็นที่4คืออีโคซิสเต็มหรือว่าระบบนิเวศที่รองรับนั้นเป็นสิ่งที่สำคัญ Deep Tech ที่ประสบความสำเร็จนั้นนะครับจะต้องมี position ที่ชัดเจนในภายใน ecosystem โดยรวมทั้งหมดซึ่งคำว่า ecosystem หรือว่านิเวศนั้นก็คือมีทั้งเรื่องของงาน research นะคะภาครัฐนักลงทุนแล้วก็ตัวบริษัทเองแทนที่จะเป็นการโตซึ่งเกิดจากขับเคลื่อนโดยเงินที่ทุ่มเข้ามาโดยทาง venture capital หรือว่านักลงทุนแต่เพียงอย่างเดียวทีก็จะขอยกคำพูดของอีกท่านหนึ่งมานะคะซึ่งเป็นผู้ที่ดูแลเรื่อง French Atomic Energy นะคะคือ Deep Tech ในระลอกนี้จะเป็นไปได้ก็จะต้องมีการร่วมมือกันที่ใกล้ชิดระหว่างฝั่งของภาควิจัยแล้วก็ฝั่งของภาคอุตสาหกรรมแล้วก็จะต้องไม่ลืมนะครับว่าพลวัตแบบนั้นก็ไม่ใช่อะไรใหม่นะคะตอนที่เราพัฒนาเลเซอร์นั้นก็มาจากตรงนี้นะคะมาจากความร่วมมือข้ามฝ่ายในเมื่อ60 ปีก่อนและสิ่งที่เพื่อจะเปลี่ยนไปในตอนนี้ก็เป็นแค่บริบทเชิงสังคมทีนี้เรามาลงรายละเอียดให้ลึกขึ้นกันดีกว่าคุณสมบัติทั้ง4ที่ผมได้พูดไปนะครับนั้นไม่ใช่ทางฝั่งของวิศวกรรมเท่าไหร่นะคะแต่ว่าเป็นผลที่ออกมาจากพลวัตในปัจจุบันนะคะที่จะบอกว่า Deep Tech 11เนี่ยมันจะประสบความสำเร็จได้มากน้อยแค่ไหนที่การศึกษาของเรานะครับก็ได้ดูศึกษา Deep Tech ที่ประสบความสำเร็จมากมายและเราก็พบว่ามักจะต้องมีคุณสมบัติมีเรท3อย่างนะครับที่ดำเนินควบคู่กันไปอย่างแรกเลยนะครับก็คือปีวิทยาศาสตร์ที่ล้ำยุคอันดับที่2คือมีวิศวกรรมอันดับที่3ก็คือการออกแบบหมายความว่าอย่างไรนะครับคำว่าออกแบบหรือว่าดีไซน์นั้นก็คือเป็นการระบุว่าปัญหาคืออะไรใช่ไหมครับระบุว่าบริบทของสิ่งนั้นคืออะไรแล้วก็ทำความเข้าใจว่าสิ่งที่เราต้องปัญหาที่ต้องแก้ไขคืออะไรพอมีตรงนี้แล้วก็จะขยับไปอยู่ในวงของวิทยาศาสตร์ล้ำยุคนะครับซึ่งก็จะเป็นการดึงประเด็นต่างๆมาโยงกันนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นเรื่องของ
to come up with a solution. This is then followed by the engineering approach, which is necessary for assessing and creating both the technical and economic feasibility at scale. So I've spoken about this kind of one after the other. It might give the impression that that this is a linear process, but what's tricky is that in reality, this is something. All these three are things that need to happen in parallel, and therein lies the difficulty of the deep tech approach. You need to have science and engineering on the table from the very beginning, and at a level of depth and competence that can make the solution a reality. So let's bring that from something that is that's a bit visceral and intellectual down into actual questions that we have to ask ourselves when dealing with deep technology ventures and the potential that they hold. So these are questions we have to ask ourselves when we consider building businesses and solutions that can harness the growth associated with deep tech innovations. Number one, and this is a design question, what is the friction or problem that we are addressing? Number two, how can we use science and technology to solve this problem in a better way that has not been used before? And number three, this is key to scale and adoption. Can we deliver this outside of a lab? And can we deliver this at the right price point? I think you might notice by now that these questions cannot be easily answered by any single stakeholder. And the answers to these questions and the quality of these answers will vary significantly depending on the stakeholders who are involved. So this brings me to my next point, which is then, given the number of stakeholders that have to be involved in the development of successful deep tech applications and ventures, that there is a need to engage with multiple stakeholders, and there is a need to co-create with external parties. And this has to be done as early on as possible if the competitive advantages that are to be gained from such activities are to be sustainable. And one thing I want to highlight now is that increasingly what we see is that the rapidly increasing pace of change and the proliferation of new technologies are making these new models of external collaborations competitive necessities and not just optional activities. So I like to highlight also three main realizations that some of our most forward-looking partners have come to understand and come to internalize. Number one, atoms are the new bits. The fourth wave of innovation is impending, and this is now an opportune moment to gain prominence early than to be late to the game. You can't afford to be insular. Number two, someone else is going to build it with or without your influence, and you would rather they build it with your influence. And this is important in that if you're able to leverage, if you're able to obtain early visibility and you have a longer runway to master open innovation, the more likely it is that you'll be top of mind for some of these external innovations that are seeking to change the market. It also helps to build trust with many of your external parties. And the third part is that the third realization is that the smartest people, the chances are the smartest people are working for someone else, not necessarily so for your organization. What this means is that you need to be able to find inspiration from a breadth of resources to innovate faster and to externalize the risks associated with experimental innovations. You need to create essentially an environment where external parties are able to easily work with you. Only then can you seek to realize questions, answers to very key questions like how and where do you look for the best ideas, and how and where can you turn these ideas into business realities with significant revenue streams. So yeah, so what I hope that, well, one of the takeaways I hope to leave you with today is that innovation networks are probably the most efficient and effective mode for accomplishing innovation outcomes or business outcomes through innovation. So I think I've left you with plenty to think about, but my hope is that you will be able to start to take early action as well. So to that end, I would like to leave you with a framework, an initial framework that we use to kick off many of our engagements with our corporate partners. And I think, and the main takeaway here is that for corporates, your innovation strategy has to be well integrated, not just with your business lines, but even on a cultural level as well. Your people have to be ready and prepared to work with external innovations. And this spans across all levels of engagement, from identifying new ideas and solutions to managing and guiding a selection of a selected portfolio of external innovations towards realizing early outcomes with your business units, and finally to full implementation. There are quite a number of issues that have to be dealt with, and things that have to be planned for And if you have any questions about these, just maybe top of your head, looking at the schema that I'm providing now, please reach out and we'll be happy to have a chat. So with that, I hope I have left you with some things to think about with regards to the momentum, the momentum that's being generated by deep technology innovations, as well as the economic potential that they provide, and as well as given you a bit of confidence to be able to start thinking about how to effectively engage with external innovations to drive tangible value creation opportunities in your business and to create early competitive advantage. And true to our ethos as well, I would now like to end off the session by highlighting the currently ongoing Hello Tomorrow Global and APAC challenges. This year we have opened it up again to startups anywhere in the world who are interested in startups that come from digital health and medical devices, medical biotech and pharmaceuticals, industrial biotech, new materials, sustainable manufacturing, energy, environment, food and agriculture, urban sustainability, mobility, aeronautics, new space, industry 4.0, breakthrough AI, as well as computer and communication hardware. So that was a very long sentence, but I think the takeaway here is that we are interested in supporting startups across all disciplines, across all verticals. And I think the question really is, why should you come and join Hello Tomorrow and our challenge? Well, what is core to us is that we continue to be a well-resourced avenue that has been created to support deep tech startups that are solving critical challenges on their path to market. So we come in and we provide the connections that you need through the network. We provide the visibility that you need in order to get your innovation recognized by different global players, some of the largest corporates, some of the largest investors. And we also provide funding by way of equity-free grants, as well as cash prizes. At the global level, we provide over 150,000 euros worth of prizes. At the APAC level, we provide over 30,000 Singapore dollars worth of equity-free grants, and these are all given, to help you along your journey. But really, a lot of the value that's created doesn't just come from the cash. It comes from being able to run pilots. It comes from being able to be connected with the stakeholders that you need to help you succeed on your journey. And as an organization, this is expertise we've been building up for many years, and we understand very deeply the unique challenges that face deep technology startups across all segments, across all maturities of the value chain, as well as across a significant majority of the industries and verticals. And we have the partners in place to help you grow and scale along this journey. So with that, thank you so much for your time, Kapun Kap. And I'm grateful for the organizers. I'm grateful for the audience who have taken the time to listen today. If you might have any questions at all, please feel free to reach out to me, ernest.shear@hello-tomorrow.org. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much once again for your valuable time and sharing us your knowledge and experiences about Deep Tech Evolve, the great wave of innovation business. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณค่ะเอาละค่ะก็เดี๋ยวในช่วงนี้นะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะได้มา
So in the next sections is the section that many of you might be eagerly awaited, which will discuss about how can we make Bangkok into a next Silicon Valley. But just let's have a few minutes break and see you again soon. Thank you.
สวัสดีค่ะ Right here at SITE 2022, we would like to introduce to you for our next topic, which is we have many of interesting topics from our local and global experts are going to discuss with many of informative ideas and business for all of our participants. So right now, we would like to come up with the theme of reconnecting the world, which is our event. Today is the second day already that you can explore many of informative and creative sessions from our crews. So up next, we have like the next topic are going to discuss from our experts in the topic of making of Bangkok food tech Silicon Valley of the world. So right now, if you talk about the Silicon Valley is a symbol of startup hub, which is many cities and countries try to also adapt its own context with a strong foundation as a growth food country. Thailand will be able to make Bangkok as a regional food tech hub or not. So right now, we would like to introduce to you our moderator for this session. I would like to lead the CEO and co-founder of BioBuddy Test Bud Lab, also the Future Food Network, Mr. Santi.
ครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ
Hello. Loud and clear. Yes, that is loud and clear. So let me move forward and I'll pass the mic to Kun Santi. Good afternoon. Hello. Thank you.
Agency for having me moderate this session, and obvious the session that is very dear to our mission at the BioBuddy and Test Bud Lab, that we are trying to accelerate food tech and future food with the local stakeholder here in Thailand. And it's very privilege for me to also, have moderate a session with Dr. Chris Oran, Open Innovation Leader of Thai Union Group. I just met Chris last month at ThaiFex and learned a lot of any interesting initiative and thoughts from him, and also what he do now with SpaceX program. Our second guest that also with us today, Max Levu from Forward Fooding from Italy, and they are pioneering in global food tech startup and have initiative of the 500 food tech startup report that I think if you are the food tech fan, you probably see this report before. And third, from pre-record, Mr. Semi Hakim, co-founder of GOG Project. Actually, he's also our partner at Test Bud Lab that we, always, discuss of how to build roadmap and different initiative and program across the region from Turkey to Southeast Asia. So in this very discussion topic that I probably be the one who learn from three of our panelists here. Just the very introducing note to all of you who are with us today or watch from live or record, that I think the very key to this, transforming Bangkok into food tech Silicon Valley of the world, is not that we are just want us to be on the global food tech ecosystem map, but I think it's very key to what we are really searching and looking for a better future, a better future of food system, and food tech is the key solution to it. So we really hope that, transforming Bangkok or transforming different city in Thailand, we can utilize and we can work together as a global community to create world future food solution together. So I think let's start from the very first question. I like to have you introduce about yourself, your company, or your current project and initiative. If anyone like to start, please.
Sure, I can start, Santi. Thank you. So I'm Dr. Chris Arend, Open Innovation Leader at Thai Union. I've been in the food industry for the last 7 years, focusing on innovation in this space. In my position at Thai Union, I run our Space F program, which is Thailand's first dedicated incubator and accelerator program for food tech startups. And in addition, I also work with our corporate venture capital team doing technology scouting and technical due diligence for startups. A little more about Thai Union. We are a global leader in the seafood industry. We are headquartered in Bangkok with a presence in North America, Europe, and Africa. Over 85% of our sales comes from overseas. And this is through the majority of this comes through our core business. Our core business is focusing on ambient seafood, which is our canned tuna products, our frozen and chilled seafood products, such as prawn, ready-to-eat meals, and frozen fish, and then also our pet care division, making pet food. We also have our value-enhancing businesses, such as marine ingredients, focusing on production of high-purity tuna oil, our supplements division with our brand Zavita, and then also our alternative proteins division rounds out the core business or the businesses we have with our OMG plant-based meats products. So Thai Union strongly believes that supporting the growth of the local food tech ecosystem is vital and will raise up the industry as a whole. So I'm looking forward to our discussions today on how we can further enhance the Thai food tech ecosystem and make it recognized on the world stage. Santi?
Thank you, Chris. Let's move to Max, please.
Hi, Santi. Hi, hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. So my name is Max Leveau. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Forward Fooding. Forward Fooding, as an organization, we've been around for a bit more than 6 years now, and we are a global community and network enabler around the world of agri-food tech. Our organization is registered in the UK, and our operations split across London, Barcelona, and Rome in Italy, where I'm based myself. But effectively, we operate globally. What we do is our main mission, let's say, is to enable connections between agri-food tech startups and other players of the ecosystem, such as investors, corporations, accelerators, and other ecosystem enablers in order to accelerate innovation. How we do it, concretely speaking, our activities, they are mainly split around 3 core pillars. The first one, and the majority of our work, is actually to do consulting and scouting for corporate clients of the food industry. So we work with the open innovation and R&D teams of the likes of Cargill, General Mills, Nestle, Danone, and other big players of the sector to help them understand what are the different trends, market dynamics, emergent technologies in the world of agri-food tech. So we're looking at a very holistic view. So from farm to fork, from ag tech and precision agriculture to side streams optimizations, alternative protein, food delivery, supply chain monitoring, everything from farm to fork. And our role is to have this organization identify which areas they should focus their open innovation efforts or investment efforts on, and then operate as a scouting arm. So basically, once we have a brief from our clients, to scout our global network of startups to find the right partners for them to engage with, whether it is for investments, but also for pilots, for commercial partnerships, or whatever they actually need to work on. So that's the first bit that we do for corporate organizations of the food and drinks industry, but also with investors and corporate venture capital. Then the second part of our business is around data. So we have developed this Food Tech Data Navigator platform, which is a tool where we aggregate the startup ecosystem at global scale. So we have more than 7,500 companies mapped on this platform, but also all the other players around them. So who are the investors and CVCs and accelerators that are navigating around these startups. And this platform allows us to basically do our consulting work in the sense that we extract very precise data on funding activity, on different technologies, on what's happening in the sectors in terms of new partnerships, news, M&A activity, etc. And this is what we use for reports, and our clients pay also a monthly subscription to access our database. And then the third bit of what we do, which is why we define ourselves more as a platform, as a collaborative platform and network enablers, is everything we do to help the startup community and give visibility to the food tech sector as a whole. First off is this Food Tech 500 competition, which is something we've been running for the past 3 years now. And we've been receiving applications from more than 5,000 companies globally, so agri-food tech startups, to apply to be featured in that ranking. So that ranking's ambition is to be building basically the Fortune 500 of food tech and give visibilities to startups that are reshaping our food system and at different stages of the supply chain. So we have this ranking that is based on sustainability criteria, on business size criteria, and other metrics. It's free for companies to apply. Then we select 500 companies out of, like, for example, 2,200 plus applications that we received last year. And then in the back of that ranking, when we publish it, we do reports and webinars and events to try to give as much visibility as possible to these companies and raise awareness about the sector. And the last bit that we have always in this third pillar is these food innovation hubs that we've built in London, Barcelona, and Milan since a few months ago, where part of our team is based alongside a number of food tech startups inside the same co-working space. We do organize quarterly events to talk about food tech on very different topics, and where we bring together startups, corporates, and investors in the same room. And we do also mentor the companies that are part of our hub and try to basically support them with our network as well, bridging connections with our clients or with other organizations. So this is it in a very big nutshell. The consulting side, data, and the community building, let's say.
Awesome. Thank you. Can we move to Semi, please?
Hi and good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here. I would like to, first of all, start with saying thank you for NIA and also, of course, to Santi from Tastebud Lab for the invitation. Happy to be here. And let me just do a quick introduction on who I am and also what we do. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of Cook Project. We are initially a agri-food management consulting company that works together with corporates, governmental organizations, and investment funds mainly in the emerging markets. We are based in Istanbul, Turkey, with our headquarters in, and we are actively working within MENA, former Soviet Union region, Asia Pacific, and Sub-Saharan African region. We are quite active within the emerging markets, and our goal is always empower the startups who are developing solutions on food security, food safety, and also the climate change. So we work within these three challenges, and we only work together with food, agriculture, water, and tad bit in energy sector to work together with the startups and empower them to build their products and services and help them grow and help them scale and become international and also global. Because as we all experience, all of these issues within the food security, food safety, and the climate change are global. Therefore, we need startups, we need entrepreneurs, we need initiative takers and game changers to tackle these issues and build new solutions for our future food systems. So that being said, I would like to talk about.
Okay, so I think now the audience start to get to know what you guys are doing. So I jump right into the second questions, which is what are the strengths and weaknesses of Thailand as a food tech hub? I mean, in just in your perspective, and I think this question probably would be great if we can start from Chris, if you are ready, and Max, just your observation and your view. Thank you.
Thank you, Santi. So I think what I see as Thailand's strengths are from our tangible side, we have a very diverse group of food ingredients available for the food tech startups and companies. We also have a good set of OEM manufacturing capabilities here in Thailand. So there's the opportunity to take your product from the kitchen and scale it up. And in addition, we are centrally located in Southeast Asia. So we act as a great hub for connecting across with China to Singapore, throughout the region. We can connect with all the regional countries. On the intangible side, Thailand has a very good reputation of producing high quality and safe food products. Japanese look at our fruits as some of the top quality products coming into the country. And this has been recognized by multinationals where they've established their production facilities for the region in Thailand, such as PepsiCo, Nestle, Rich Products, Danone, and the list goes on. And also, on top of that, we can't forget that Thailand has a very rich culture of food. Our society is oriented around food consumption. You'll always see new food products coming out on the market, being sold on the street. So it's a very good dynamic place to actually try out products. And we've also seen this through the valuations of cell-cultured meat. If you look at that, Southeast Asia and Thailand particularly are willing to try cell-cultured meat. They may not be able to purchase it all the time, but they're willing to try it compared to more of the Western cultures that might be more hesitant on trying that based on the previous knowledge. So from the weaknesses side, I'd say one of the biggest challenges around here is our famous regulatory system. It's known to be very tough in getting new products into the market, which is great for protecting the consumer, but for adopting new technologies, that can be a challenge because it makes companies question if they establish themselves here, if they can actually produce in the long term. And this is something I think Thailand has recognized and is working on changing, but that will take time.
Wow. Thank you. Very exciting. Yeah, Max, please.
Yeah, I can try to build up on that. As I explained before, I'm not an expert in the Thai food system or ecosystem. I'll try to make a comparison with what's happening basically in the rest of the world. I think, as Chris mentioned, like a lot of the ingredients are already there in the sense that Thailand produces a lot of food, transforms a lot of food, has basically a base of consumers that are willing to try new foods, novel foods, and are receptive to change. So now, if we look at how to make a strong ecosystem, because that's what's needed, right? To build a food tech startup ecosystem. If we think of food tech at a global scale, there are a number of key hubs globally right now out there. So Silicon Valley, of course, is one of them. In Europe, like the Netherlands, London are probably the top two. Then there's Israel. Sorry. And if we look at Asia, of course, Singapore. And then what I like the secret sauce, if we look at Singapore as an example, and that's applicable to other regions. Sorry, I still have this cough post-COVID. I need to drink a lot of water while speaking. If we look at Singapore as a key ingredient, there are a few things that they have in common with Thailand. So first off, I would say the consumer base. And how receptive people are to change to novel foods, to embrace alternative protein. I think that's one key characteristic. But then further down, before the consumers, I think I would articulate around three main elements that Chris already touched on it for some of them. But what makes Singapore such a strong food tech ecosystem, first off, is on the R&D side and the research side of things. So you see the government is very involved and universities are very involved and have a number of incentives and initiatives to basically foster really innovation from the lab, from the bottom up, basically, which drives, strong IP protections. They have a favorable regulation, especially when it comes to alternative protein. That's the only country in the world where like culture meat is actually used a lot for consumption right now, and then that can leverage a very strong like talent base. So basically, making sure you build up companies from the ground up, right? Then I think the further up the supply chain, it's very important to have the backing from the private sector and food and beverage corporate organizations when it comes to like open innovation and getting involved in the sector. So that's what we see in Singapore, for example. If we talk of companies like even foreign companies, likes of ADM, Rocket, that have been building like research centers or manufacturing facilities for alternative protein. So I think the participation, and that's the case of Thai Union Group, is being very active on that front, of course. So that's one ingredient that Thailand already has in for most of it, but that's what we see in Singapore, for example, as an ecosystem. So how big food and beverage corporates are getting involved in the sector and embracing open innovation. And the last bit is access to markets, which is the case of Thailand already. Where basically, as you are like Singapore is located in a place where they have access to a lot of like local markets to expand productions, and then there's a cultural side of things when it comes to consumers that were already mentioned already. So this would be like the let's say the secret sauce to first off like create companies from the bottom up, from the ground up. And then there's let's say a virtuous cycle that comes into place, right? The moment you have the regulation, infrastructure, the research in place, and the private sector getting involved, this is where more and more companies, more and more startups are emerging, and more investors are coming in, and this is how you grow an ecosystem, basically.
Awesome. I just received a note that we kind of short in terms of time, so I just gonna like ask you very precise question, like question number 4 and number 5 all together. That like before driving, like Thailand as an ecosystem, with this recent pandemic situation, like inflation and wars, financial market crash, right? How should like an ecosystem should adapt into this kind of uncertain future, right? And like food security and other stuff. And also, what is your advice to like government or like stakeholder, like Max just touched a little bit on that, in terms of like really like have this game changing and transform Bangkok into one of the players to support this kind of future food system or food tech ecosystem in the future. So I'm not sure, like Max, you like to start or sip the water first, or I can.
Yeah, sure. I can start. I think Chris probably has like more insights on like how his organization would be reacting to it. For me, it's more like a comment on the global scale, right? First it was COVID, now the war in Ukraine is generating like we are really on the edge of a global food crisis, as you mentioned, especially around wheat. But I think it's going to impact the whole food system. And I think that first the COVID and then this kind of like sent everyone back to the drawing board, right? In terms of like, okay, we're already investing, food tech is growing as a sector, but now we need to rebuild completely our food system from the ground up to make it resilient to this kind of events, to this kind of crisis, right? So I don't necessarily see it like as a precise initiative, but I think it shed even more light on food tech and on what we need to do to make our food system more sustainable. So I think it's a matter of like keeping pushing and taking the right initiatives, right, and making sure that governments and big corporations are involved.
And probably looking forward to see like new different subcategory that you have mentioned that probably help solve be more resilient and more sustainable.
Yeah, and I think also it's a matter of like focusing on the right thing when we talk about food tech. I like to think that. I like to take the example of like instant delivery as the wrong example to invest in. Like my point is like, do we actually need to get our groceries in 15 minutes? Probably not. There's a lot of like a massive amount of investment. Still, like e-groceries, for example, is like the most invested sector in food tech in 2021. mostly driven by the mega rounds of the likes of Gorillas and Getir and a few others, where what we could question is like, what's the actual impact of these solutions on the food system, right? Versus like there are a number of other subsectors. So alternative protein is one of them. And again, in alternative protein, there are a few things to be careful of, because there's as much space for plant-based meat and dairy alternatives. The sector is becoming very competitive. So there will be it's going to be more and more difficult for companies to enter the market. So now the race is like, okay, how do we make better products to drive more adoption from consumers, right? And it's all about taste, it's all about texture, it's all about nutrition value, and of course price parity. So this is where we see that alternative products are becoming hybrids, in the sense that companies might leverage different technologies such as fermentation, like you mentioned, fungi fermentation in mycelium to alter like the protein content, or to create like fat alternatives that are more sustainable, to give a better taste to products, etc. That's going to make drive more adoption. That has some consequences on how we should invest in the sector, in the sense that more and more capital will be driven towards like fermentation technologies, cellular agriculture technologies, for companies that are developing specific ingredients or specific like technology, kind of like enabling technologies for alternative proteins to scale production, but to make also better products and drive more adoption from consumers. This is one key angle. And then if we look at food tech in an holistic view, there's lots of like different sectors that we're not touching on, such as not enough touching on, I would say, like upcycling technology. So how do we upcycle agricultural waste or food side streams from the food industry, turn that into fertilizer, turn that into animal feed, for example, because animal farming is not going to disappear from today to tomorrow. It's going to take some time. How do we remove packaging completely from the food industry, plastic packaging, of course? How do we make crops more resilient to climate change? How do we track and make the supply chain more efficient? How do we shorten it? So there's a very vast range of technologies and solutions out there that we need to look at as well. So not just focusing on delivery and alternative protein. So that's what we're trying to do with our work, really, is to shine a light as well on what's out there.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Chris, please.
Well, to add on to Max's points, I think Thailand is perfectly positioned to leverage our natural resources, our ingredients we have, particularly around, if we look at the alternative protein space, there isn't a need to rely on soy proteins or pea proteins. We have those resources here in Thailand that we can further create value from, such as mushrooms, jackfruit, mung bean proteins, konjac. You're seeing these already used in Western alternative protein products, and we are seeing startups here focusing on that. So we can mitigate these price increases that we're going to see from the war and the food scarcity issues by utilizing what we have at home. We can also take our commodities and add more tech to them, and then create higher value products that can be utilized to improve the food system here. And also on the point about fermentation, Thailand is a very strong fermentation capacity here. I mean, we are one of the largest ethanol producers in Asia. So we have the capacity in country to also utilize all of the agricultural biomass and turn it into higher value compounds, so we don't have to rely on the foreign market necessarily for this. So we can mitigate a lot of these price fluctuations. And then also these fermentation technologies can be used to produce single cell proteins to put into animal feed and reduce those costs as well. So there's a lot of opportunity there. I'd also say we need to leverage our regional location and not have to focus on startups. Often focus on how we can move into the European market, the North American market, but we have a very desirable market here in the region. Most those countries look at how can they get into China, how can they get into Indonesia. We have great relationships with them, trade corridors, free trade agreements. So there's a perfect opportunity there for us to work regionally, even though we tend to overlook that. We may not focus on that, looking at the bigger picture or bigger countries, whereas we have such a great population we can tap into here. From a government side, I guess one of the ones I would recommend is we see pretty often here in Thailand, the trade commissions of each embassy knocking on the corporate's doors and coming to us and telling us, okay, we have these startups from our country that do this, this, and this. Are you interested in speaking with them? I'd like to see more and more of the Thai Trade Commission going out and promoting the Thai startups, encouraging networking with the regional corporates such in Europe or Indonesia or Singapore. How do we really promote Thai startups abroad? And I think that's a great opportunity. We need to look at the model that we're seeing being done here in Bangkok by the foreign embassies here. So I think that's one of the key aspects, is to leverage what we have and promote it.
Awesome. So I think you mentioned at the beginning like regulation, and we are kind of under promote. So I think with all of these 2 points together, probably great. If we still have time, could you please share the answer from Semi?
So definitely, I think the building an ecosystem is quite crucial, and in a way that, as we're all sort of experiencing a recession globally, and with the rising prices of food and inflation, and plus the world. I mean, we're not in a great times, I would say, but it's always great times, of course, for if you're an entrepreneur, a startup. But that being said, this is not as a thriving that would be expected. But that being said, as we are after the post-pandemic period. But that being said, I think for agri-food startups, the situation is quite different, because as now with the war going on in Ukraine and the other issues with inflation and food crisis, is that the world needs agri-food entrepreneurs more than ever. The world needs the initiative takers, the game changers within the agri-food innovation scene more than ever, to be able to implement their technologies and implement their solutions directly into the field on food production and urban production and logistics and traceability, on food safety, food security. All of these matters. This is important now to implement today for a future food system that would still feed us and the next generations as well. So even if we're experiencing this sort of like a survival global ecosystem and the markets, even if we're going through these tough times, I believe agri-food entrepreneurs has a different opportunity on this, and being able to scale with these challenges existing globally. So any of these solutions that actually develop, no matter where they are, they can still apply and implement to the places that are these issues existing anywhere in the world, because food security is a global issue now, and solutions to be built on these, it's definitely global. So that's why the perspective that we need, it's always has to be global. So therefore, even if we're having through these times, I think for startups to go ahead and work on scaling and work on building and work on implementing, is a great time to do that. So I'm a big believer on these agri-food innovation startups, and I think that this is, I would say, the silver lining of this period in a way. And the last topic is that to talk about how would be the role of the governmental organizations of the supporting the food tech innovations and building the Bangkok into a food tech Silicon Valley, is that it's definitely the helping change, the transforming of these, helping and building an ecosystem to help out the startups and attracting them and being able to understanding what kind of opportunities that they can have. So what I mean by that is definitely, if you're a startup and looking into opportunities in ASEAN, you should definitely come to Thailand and test out your product, and this is how you do it. So planning and helping out, providing opportunities is, I believe, definitely crucial. The second is that definitely for having similar organizations, as I mentioned, like accelerator programs within the different regions of the world, such as ourselves and the other amazing organizations that are existing across the globe would be coming to to Thailand and implementing these innovation strategies that they have, and also the startups within their cohorts and portfolios, and plus the VCs who are actively globally working on implementing investing food security issues. I think to understand their opportunities, it would be great to guiding these organizations to come to Thailand, come to Bangkok, and being part of the change, the transformation that is happening, and aiming to happen as well. So therefore, the governmental organizations has a key part and great part on building these infrastructures for helping out the private sector organizations to coming in, and also the new startups coming out with the incentives that they can provide. This could be on tech development, this could be on patent applications, and this could be similarly the grant programs, etc. So these are quite crucial, but creating a food tech valley in Bangkok would definitely need a creation of a gateway to the region for food tech startups, and understanding they can come, startups, ecosystem players, investors, and all the other organizations. So facilitating that facilitating and for building opportunities for these organizations is definitely a key part for governmental organizations. And I think NIA and also the similar other organizations are doing a lot, and I think that's also quite impact on these, and such as events like these are also quite crucial. So therefore, I think governmental organizations has a major role in this, and I believe it's always the collective work that creates the change. So therefore, governmental organizations and private sector and investors and startup organizations and all these ecosystem players coming in would create the actual impact that would turn the Bangkok into a food tech Silicon Valley. So that would be my points.
Okay, so I think we come up to the very last questions that I mean now, to the audience now, you have it, right, the ideas of making Bangkok as Silicon Valley of food tech. But it's not only that, but we need to really oversee and overlook the transition and what we need in terms of food tech solution of the world. And I mean, in terms of Max and Chris mentioning, we all need all the key stakeholder and all everything in place, like market access, investment, and other support, regulation and other infrastructure. And also, Chris have very good adding that we should be more exposed and we should work together. And we have seen other different countries that can work as alliance, and our target market to be a partnership in terms of ecosystem. Just I think in last minute. So if I think we are run out of time. I just received the note. So please following up with the Max forward putting. You can see them from online, Instagram, and the website, and 500 food tech startup that will be released this year again. And Chris, Thai Union Group, and also SpaceF Food Hybrid Incubation and Acceleration Program. So thank you all, and sorry for the time and for the delay. And looking forward for the next session that we can be more deep dive into of the topic. ขอบคุณครับ สวัสดีครับ
Thank you very much.
สวัสดีครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you very much once again for the fantastic session from our experts. So right now we would like to continue with the next topic. นะเดี๋ยวลำดับถัดไปนะคะเราก็จะได้
So in the next sessions would be another very interesting topic. So please stay tuned and stay with us for the next topic from the Metaverse Forum. It's going to be very, very interesting.
นี่นะโอ้ two
สวัสดีค่ะสวัสดี
So good afternoon, our audience who are with us in the site 2022. Now we are in the Metaverse Forum, so you can listen to all the interesting thoughts and ideas in a variety of the topics that we would be applying.
การที่เราจะได้มีนวัตกรรมนะคะแล้วก็การเปิดเมืองด้วยนะคะสำหรับปีนี้เรามาภายใต้คอนเซปต์นะคะของ
Okay, so this is we are under concept of reconnecting the world, and for the current sections would be Thailand and the Nordic countries innovation unit, which is a TNIU, and we are honored by the ambassadors from a variety of countries who will be with us here today to share their experience and their thoughts on the particular topics. And I would like to invite the three panelists. The first one is Her Excellency Sirirak Niyom Thai from Thai Embassy in Copenhagen, and secondly is the HE from the Helsinki, Finland, and next would be HE Vimonlak Prasanagriat from Oslo, Thai Embassy Oslo, and last but not least is the HE Kanjana Patharachod from the Thai Embassy Stockholm, Sweden. So hello, welcome, Her Excellencies. It is an honor for me to receive these opportunities to be the one who asking and following up on the Thailand and Nordic country innovation unit on behalf of our audience here. So the NIA has been honored by the four ambassadors from the Thai embassy, four Thai embassies in the Nordic countries. So from Finland, Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. And they will be with us here, discuss about the establishment of the Thailand and Nordic Country Innovation Unit or TNIU to promote the cooperations, the development of innovation in Thailand and also in the Nordic countries. And you will be hearing about the roles and the responsibility of the TNIU in promoting cooperations on academics, on developments, and also from startups with focus on sustainabilities. We will be sharing the ideas and thoughts with the diplomats on supporting and promoting Thai startups in the Nordic market. So without further ado, let me start by prompting a question. What are your thoughts and perspective on different subjects? So first question directed to Her Excellency Kanjana from Stockholm, Sweden. What is the origins of the TNIU developments? Can you please give us a brief explanation? What are the roles, responsibilities, and the benefits that startups and a variety of business will be receiving? Thank you. So thank you very much, Kun Kem Jira. So first of all, let me explain that TNIU is an innovation of the government sector. So it's something that's not only involved with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also other agencies, especially the NIA. And also other agencies who has been working on innovation. So I guess you want to know what we'll be doing, right? So maybe I should start by giving explanation what is TNIU. So TNIU is a unit which will educate on innovations on both sides. So they would disseminate the innovation from Nordics to the Thai startup public and academics, and also the other way around. We will distribute the Thai innovation to the Nordic countries. So we started by opening up a Facebook and our website of CNAU to facilitate knowledge sharing and knowledge transfer. And the true intention, the true objective is to create a network between those who are working in the innovation landscape. So when you say network, it's not only just startup or entrepreneur, but also includes the big corporates who are interested in the innovations. It also includes the academics, the university, and the communities. The communities, the people who will be the one affected or using the innovation, business matchings, knowledge sharing, the community context sharing. These are all under the mandate of TNAU. So what is innovation? So innovation is not only focused on products, but also involved innovation on working process. So why do we establish the TNAU together with other Nordic countries? It's because when we look at the Nordic countries, Sweden, Finland, Norway, or Denmark, it's a true society of innovation. Innovation is integrated into their society as a whole. So there's no just one single agency working on it, but everyone work on innovation. There are plenty of innovation. There's social innovation, process innovation, product innovation, all kinds of innovations. So as a diplomat, we have been working in the country who has a great strength on innovation, and we do see that it would be such a benefit for the country. So how can we say that Nordic country has a strength? It's because if you look at the global ranking on innovation, on sustainable development, or on the competitiveness, the Nordic countries are always in the top 10 or top 5. So they just like switch their place around within the top 5 or top 10. So this would be extremely beneficial for us, the Thai people. And secondly, when we discuss the country's competitiveness, every country knows that nowadays, in order to compete, we need innovations, we need new idea, we need novel thinking. And the second important thing is sustainable development, which also involved with the climate change. And this is not only just focused at one single country, but it's a global challenge. Thirdly is how can we make sure that the current ecosystem, create the facilitating ecosystem. And for the Nordic country, we do realize that it's the people who facilitate innovations. We can see it at every level, from the school to communities and to the corporates. So these are the strengths of the Nordic society. And we can also see such a great coordination between the embassies. So the 4 embassies would working together, and we can make sure that the knowledge is sustained, so that it wouldn't just move away when the ambassadors rotating. So we can save the government budget and also human resource. So thank you very much, Her Excellency Kanchana, for showing us the clear roles of TNAU. How will it support the startup in Thailand? And this is looking at a very comprehensive way. So the project is to integrate everything together and make sure that all the things are coordinated, collaborated, and be the most beneficial to the innovators and of course to the country as a whole. Next, I would like to ask Her Excellency Vimon Pachara from Oslo, Kingdom of Norway. So as a diplomat, do you think how Thai startup can grow in the Nordic market? Thank you very much, Kun Khemchira. So this is such an excellent question. As Her Excellency Kanchana mentioned, we are stationed in the Nordic countries, which has a very advanced in the innovations. And Norway is very advanced indeed. Last year, Norway was ranked 20 in Global Innovation Index. And the startup business are well received and well known as one of the major drivers of Norway's economy. So we at the Thai Embassy Oslo realize how important it is, and we have been promoting the networking of the startup business in Thai and Norway. For example, in 4 years ago, 2018, we have brought Thai startup into Oslo Innovation Week, and then 3 years ago in 2019, we have arranged for the Norway food tech startup, the We Order, who work on food delivery, which is very important in Thailand nowadays. So we invite them to join the Space F ran by the NIA. And lastly, just only last year, the embassy has worked with the NIA and the Thai embassies in the Austria, Czech, Netherlands, and in Turkey to hold the online seminar called Europe Asia Startup Day, so that we can learn about the startup ecosystems in the variety of the countries and allow European startups to participate in the activities in Thailand. We had invited Mr. Bergmoor, who is the chair of the Norwegian Entrepreneur Club, as one of the guest speakers, and there's a representative of the main company, the Brickfest, which is the startup selling seafood, and the CEO of the company called Can Eat, which is the startup working on the ingredients application. So anyone can know what are the food ingredients. It's very helpful for those with allergy. And they have started to do pitch their project with the Thai company. And we have found that actually there is a Norwegian company who would like to export the cod eggs, fish roll, which is very popular in Thailand, right? Because Thai people love fish rolls in a Japanese food, so they have conduct a business matching with King Oscar, which is a Thai company located in Norway, and it's under the Thai Union Group. Wow, so there was such a great support for the startup, the Thai startups, and they can grow in other countries as well. So not only just providing support on like exhibitions and so on, but there's also the actual business opportunities and further business expansion. So this is such a great opportunity for the Thai startup and entrepreneurs to be spotlighted in the Nordic countries. Next questions. Now we have already realized that there are many support for the Thai startups in the Nordic countries. So, Kun Sirirak, Her Excellency Sirirak from Copenhagen, Kingdom of Denmark, can you give us some introduction or recommendation? What Thai startup should focus? What are the business area that is at the top of the mind of the Nordic market, so that the Thai business can see the way to enter those markets? Thank you very much. I think that Denmark is a major country in the Nordic countries. For this year, 2022, Denmark is ranked as the country with the most resilience and has #1 competitiveness, and one of the country with the strongest business transparencies. And Denmark also has really highlighted on the green technologies, biotechnology, and is the very first country that can generate electricity from windmill, and this has been supported by the government of Denmark. And Denmark trying to draw in investment from other countries. And their uniqueness is their location, which they can link to the Nordic countries at the north, and they connect with Germany down the south, and Germany would be a major gateway to Europe. Denmark also has a very good infrastructures. They have a good innovation in ecosystems, supporting everything. They have R&D, they have innovation, they have supply chains, good logistics, and manufacturing of the sustainable products. In order to invest in Denmark, they put an emphasis on the business with innovations that can drive economic growth and create jobs for the people. For example, so their major focus of investment are clean tech. For example, the establishment of data centers or wind energy, bioenergy, and clean transportation, clean, be it air, land, or sea. And they also focus on other tech business, for example, software development, robotics, and lifestyle, which is still pretty much a main focus for them. Denmark has what we call, they call it the Silicon Valley, which is the biggest lifestyle hub in Nordic. So it covers Denmark and also southern part of Sweden. This is the major hub of the lifestyle development, and it's quite a huge hub. And I think that the Thai startup business should trying to come in, and there must be some opportunities for them. They also work on the food, such as the food ingredients and plant-based protein, and also the innovative design. Thank you very much. But also there's such a varieties of fields and markets which were a focus of the Nordic countries. And I think this is already a very good idea that it might be able to kickstart the Thai startup to develop the business or to develop idea to answer to those focus. And of course, the focus would include the environment issues, clean tech, green tech, or the deep tech, and also for the sustainable energies, alternative energies that are also in focus. So what if there are Thai business people among our audience who would like to connect with these Nordic partners? So I would like to ask Her Excellency Shawana from Helsinki, Finland, that would you have any recommendation or advice for those who want to connect with Nordic countries? So first of all, at this moment, Finland has just issued a new type of visa for specialists and for startup entrepreneurs and the family that they can gain entry really fast. So just go to the website Enter Finland, and they can apply the resident permit online, and it takes only just 2 weeks, and you can enter the country right away. And Finland claimed that as they are the world's happiest country, so they believe that if the startups and entrepreneurs come to their country, then you can be the happiest startup entrepreneurs in the world as well. Why? Because they have the very good business environment. As mentioned by the others people, they have a very good function, and they have a world-class research. They have the world-class research institutes like the BTT, which is even, just a moment. So when the Unilever also employ this particular research institute. And they have the open data center here, and actually they have only just expand. So this shows that they have a very good infrastructure for digital technology. And they also have government funding available for the startup as well. So just Google Business Finland, and you can see there are many grants and fundings. Sometimes it's in the form of the innovation vouchers that you can receive certain products or service that can support your business. And you can use that vouchers to buy some products, and for certain project, it's the startup fund of 50,000 euro. And if I remember correctly, they have gave out 182 million euros to draw all the startup into their country. And when we talk about quality of life, definitely they have a very, very good work-life balance. Just at 4 p.m., everyone would just set sail in the sea. So they do not just focus on work, they also focus on life, and that leads to new innovation and new ideas. It's something that we really, really need to support. We need to stop obsessing with work, with academics, and we have to think about the real world. If we want to launch our silk cloth to the world, we have to make it easy to wear, not just something that's very restrictive, right? And the cutting of the Thai silk, it's rather restrictive. It's not very matched with the new lifestyle. So you have to think as employ the outside-in perspectives. We have to stand on our client's shoes, and Nordic country is at the forefront of all these mega trends. So we need to study from them and apply to our own work. So this means that at Finland, they are very open for the Thai startup, right? If they want to join and if they want to start a business there, they want to present their innovation. Right? Yes, of course, they are very, very welcome because they have already entered the aging society. They want to draw the more people into their countries because they need more tax to continue their welfare stack. And Finland is the host of Slush, which is the platform for to connect the startup from all over the world and allow the startup to match with the investors, be it the JV or other investors. For example, I just went to Basila, and they would focus on the invention. And so like Thailand, you want to be the hub on ferry, right? Then you can work with them on the clean fuel, be a joint venture, because Basila has invested in so many countries. They have invested in Indonesia. They have operate many power plants, and they also want to invest more. They want to find other partners, and that will be opportunity for joint ventures. And let me give you some statistics. Last year, Sludge has been joined by 8,800 team that receive business matching. This year, Sludge will be held on 17 and 18 at Helsinki, and Thailand startups are more than welcome. So it's 17 and 18, but of course there's some entry fee. So please do not forget, if you want more information, you can look for more information. And definitely the Nordic networks is very, very interesting, and the Thai people can join them as well. Now, next I would like to ask about, so if you look at what is popular at the moment, what are the Thai products, what are the trends and the preference of the consumers in Thai and the Nordic markets? Are there any similarities and differences?
เป็นประเทศที่ประชากรมีรายได้สูงลำดับต้นๆของโลกนะคะปีที่แล้วเนี่ยก็ถูกจัดอันดับว่าอยู่ลำดับที่4นะคะเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเขามีผู้บริโภคเขามีกำลังซื้อสูงมากนะคะแล้วก็เขาสนใจสินค้าที่มีคุณภาพดีเป็นมิตรกับสิ่งแวดล้อมนะคะแล้วก็คืออย่างที่พูดก็คือเขาพร้อมที่จะจ่ายเงินนะคะเพื่อให้ได้รับสินค้าที่มีคุณภาพและเน้นความเป็นธรรมชาตินะคะอีกแนวโน้มที่น่าสนใจคือก็ซึ่งอาจจะคล้ายกับประเทศนอร์ดิกอื่นๆก็คือจากการสำรวจเนี่ยพบว่า93%ของผู้บริโภคชาวนอร์เวย์เนี่ยจะซื้อสินค้าออนไลน์อย่างน้อย1ครั้งนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเขาก็นิยมทางด้านนี้มากนะคะถ้าเกิดเราจะแยกเป็นรายย่อยธุรกิจสินค้าที่เขาสนใจนะคะก็แน่นอนที่เป็นเรื่องเกี่ยวกับสิ่งแวดล้อมในด้านของ
for the energy sector. So Uh, the sector that has high potential is toxic-free products, agricultural products, organic food from Thailand, and here you will receive a lot of support, and also other furniture. And here they prefer minimalistic style. And for example, for IKEA, it is very popular. And for Thailand, we also the trends that I think it will gain popularity in the country. For the ambassadors, a lot of the officers working in the embassy, they also prefer a lot of furniture designs in Europe. I have spoken with a lot of people, with a lot of
ท่านมากเลยใช่ไหมคะ
So when they there might not be very showy or show off kind of people, right? They're not into brand name or how to dress up, but they are very competitive when it came to home decoration. And so next, we have already started to talk about the Thai products, right? So what are the strength and weakness of the Thai products comparing to other countries? This question to Her Excellency Sirilak. So when we talk about the Thai products, it would depends what kind of product it is. So if it's the farming agricultural products, then we do have quite a lot of strengths and pros because there's a variety, right? But they have to make sure that it's up to the European standard. And nowadays, the organics and non-chemical food is very, very popular among the Nordics consumer who are very health-minded. And it's the same way with the Norwegian people. When we look at the home decorations or home design, it's still quite popular because at the moment the real estate market in the Denmark is booming again. So there are lots of needs for furniture and for home decorations. However, the Thai, well, there might be some advantage because the cost of production is lower, but you just have to make sure that it matches with the Nordic style. So not only making from the eco-friendly materials, it has to be minimalist, simple, and safe. But there might be some remarks on design because I think that the Thai design might not be able to much compete with the Nordic style. However, there's still, it could be a learning curve. We can learn, we can study, and then we would understand them more. Thank you very much.
ของคุณ
So quality, craftsmanship, actually Thai people, we can definitely compete in the world, but maybe we still lack creativity, the design that we still need to work on, and we need to add to this to make our products more interesting in Nordic countries. The next question that I would like to ask everyone, I would like to ask Her Excellency Kanchana, would like to ask about the promotion. How can we make Thailand step into a country of innovation? What would be the factors to support this idea? Thank you very much for the question. I would like to talk about system-wise because innovation is related to system. In Nordic countries, I think what Thai people should learn is that how can we make the society and a society of innovation. I had a chance to visit another city together with the Ministry of Innovation in this country. And even though that city is far, far away, still there are innovations. And they aim that within the radius of 300 kilometers, they will start using electric planes that will replace fossil fuel vehicles. And create a project from the provincial level, government level, local government level. So I think it's very important to aim to create Thai society to be a society of innovation from private and public sector, academia, and also other stakeholders. And of course, we need to touch on the education system because in Nordic countries, their education system, they focus on critical thinking process, planning, and not being afraid to fail. So I would like to leave this behind because in the past we talk about OTOP, one sub-district, one product, and we learned this from Japan. And nowadays we can move on to one province, one innovation. And you can take this idea from local communities in Nordic countries. And as I mentioned from the start, we don't only want to emphasize on startups. For Thai startups, are you ready? Because if you are not ready, if you come here, you will fail. You have to understand the regulations and the markets. And at the same time, I think what Thailand needs is that huge private companies, they require new technologies. And of course, they have the capabilities to invest in Nordic countries. And other things, for example, H&M company, a fashion company, they focus on sustainable fiber. They look at the fibers taken from local communities. Can they meet the needs of in terms of fashionable items? So I would like for you to expand how you think towards innovation. It's not only about technology. Thank you very much for sharing for your point of view from Her Excellency Miss Kanchana, and you have shared with us and have given us a better picture about innovation. Also, for the same question, I would like to channel this question to Her Excellency Miss Chawanat in order to promote Thailand to be the country of innovation. What's your perspective, or are there anything that you would like to add, please? So I think that brands are important. As mentioned earlier, Thai people, we are capable, but our innovation, our handicraft products, and actually a lot of foreigners, they pick on our brains, they pick on our innovation. For example, Marimekko, they designed tops and clothes that gain a lot of popularity. And actually for us, our design is not any less, but we need to work on marketing, brand creation, and creating brand credibility. And of course, we need research and development, and how are we going to understand the needs of the consumers and the market and meet those needs. And once you can create values for your brand, then you can start working with foreigners. How are you going to, or maybe you can even manipulate the market. So the tops that I'm wearing now looks very simple, isn't it? But it's very comfortable to wear, and you can wear it in several occasions. And of course, it is very popular in this country. And wherever you go, you see people wearing this brand, and then you start become one of the fan club. So that's the thing that Thai people will need to work on, how we going to make the products well known to the market. And we here serve as one portals to help bring Thai brands to the world market. Thank you very much for sharing, Her Excellency Miss Chawanat. Of course, we have gained knowledge and several key takeaways For startups who may be listening to this session right now, I hope that you can build upon all the stories, all the points that have been shared in this session, build upon your strength in order to bring your products to other markets, especially in Nordic markets. And last but not least, I would like to ask from each and every one of you maybe the final message that you would like to leave with all the entrepreneurs, the startups, business owners. I would like to start off with Her Excellency Miss Sirirak from Copenhagen, Denmark. So first of all, I would like to add a little bit to the last question in order to push Thailand to the Society of Innovation. As mentioned by other speakers, I think this topic is a very important topic because in order for us to achieve that goal, we need a society that emphasizes creativity. In Denmark, they start at school, from museum, from activities in class. Kids can input their creativity. So I think it's very important. So I think that's where Thailand has to start. Parents in Denmark, they prefer to take their kids to museum or places that kids can learn, not just shopping mall. And that's why Denmark, they are great at design, at creativity, because they start at young. And also at university, they have institute and startup companies that focus on development and research and can build upon existing product and turn ideas into something that add values and commercialize and grow into the market. And the advice that I would like to leave behind to all the Thai entrepreneurs regarding the production process, it has to be traceable without imposing any harms to the environment. And if you can provide certification that guarantees the harm-free and impacts that cause no harm to environment, that will really help create more opportunities to gain entry into Nordic market. And in order to make Thai products well known in the Nordic markets, you can join the fair during 26 to 27 July next year in Copenhagen. You will get to learn innovations, new opportunities, and maybe build some network to bring your product into this market built upon innovation, research, and development. And it could be one channel for you to expand your horizon, understand more about the market, and how to step into the innovation market in Denmark. We're going to provide more information for the website in NIU. And you can follow Facebook at TNIU. Yes, we're going to provide more information on TNIU website. Thank you very much for this information. Next, any final message that you would like to leave behind to all the startup and entrepreneurs? Her Excellency Ms. Chawanat from Finland. So actually, I have shared everything that I would like to share, but I would like to mention about the important role played by the government. I think the government will need to provide guidance, direction, and funding, just like other countries. That government has played a very important part. And of course, it's not just the funding. And for example, like Godzilla that I just mentioned just now, the person who invests, they are pension fund, and they can raise a lot of money, and they invested in businesses that will reduce climate change impact. So the entrepreneurs or startup can seek for support and assistance. Also, the investor also do business matching and provide customers who are interested. And also help connect the investors, for example, to the company, like what I mentioned earlier, would be the company that specialize in vessel transportation. So that's just one of the example that you can gain support from the government. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to ask Her Excellency Ms. Mon Pachara from Oslo, Norway. So thank you very much. Before providing any further advice to the Thai entrepreneurs and startups, I would like to go back to promoting factors that can help bring Thailand to the society of innovation. Maybe you can learn from best practices implemented in Norway. Norway has pushed themselves to be the country of innovation by building on culture of innovation, just like what the previous two speakers just mentioned. So actually, they started 18 years ago. It's been a long time. And also started Innovation Norway Institute, providing advice and consultation, and also the source of funding for new innovation. And they also have head offices in Singapore, Vietnam, Japan, and China. So for us, as the embassy, we are happy to provide further connection for Thai entrepreneurs. In Norway, they have announced themselves, and the government has announced the policy to be the culture of innovation. They have provided motivation and incentive for innovation creation. Second, the leadership of the organization have to be the creator of culture of innovation. They must have the courage to think outside the box, learn from failures, and also learn from successes. Next, the government, the public sector will need to facilitate the cooperation. And of course, the government doesn't only come up with policies, but they help facilitate the cooperation with the educational institutes. What Norway has been doing quite well is electric vehicles or EV. And Norway, at the moment, is the country that has the highest ratio of EV drivers. And they have been very successful. I think that their use case can be very beneficial to Thailand. They have joined forces. The government has joined forces with the private sectors. They have worked together with the private companies, for example, in inventing the charging technology or smart charger that has been popular. And the process is that the user can basically plug in to charge their EV at the time that the power rate is the least. So this is something that we can learn from them. And last but not least, what I would like to leave behind to the Thai startup is that I would like you to educate yourself, gaining clarity about the business of your interests. And I am sure that Nordic countries, we have potentials, what they like, what they prefer, the needs of the market, the challenges, any advantages, and very importantly, building your network. And of course, us, we are happy to help you connect with the right partners. And from our observation, the easiest way is to have local partners in Norway. Thank you very much. Thank you, Her Excellency. And for our last speaker, Miss Kanchana, Her Excellency Miss Kanchana, any final message that you would like to share with us? So I totally agree with all the speakers. And what I would like to leave behind is to make the most out of TNIU. And of course, we have the embassies of all these countries located in Thailand with the departments that would like to promote the setup of businesses in their country. For example, Business Finland, and also we have BOI that has the office located in several countries that will help promote investment and the growth of business. So take advantage of all these offices and facilities. Besides, I would like to mention about maybe you can learn from strengths of Nordic countries and how you can apply it in your context in order to create a society of innovation. Thank you very much. Thank you again, all our speakers, that for all the stories that you have shared with us. And we have learned about strengths, good practices, and the incubation practices for startups. Of course, they start at the young age at school with the support from the public sector. So this is something that Thailand can learn from and can pick and choose what we can apply in our context. And just like all the 4 speakers has shared with us, that we need to promote Thai startup in sustainable way. And on behalf of NIA, we would like to say a big thank you for all the 4 speakers for giving us time, joining us in this session in EN-SITE2022. And on behalf of NIA, we hope that there will be more people who could join forces and cooperate with the right partners in all these 4 countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the audience joining us until now. And of course, I'm sure you have learned lots of interesting facts that are beneficial. Or startups, you can be confident that you receive the right supports. And for NIA, we will continue to organize this kind of activity to be the platform for you to connect with the right partner, keep up to date with all the current trends and interesting trends. And tomorrow is our last day. You are more than welcome to join us here on site at NIA. And for those who join us online and join us in Metaverse or the virtual world, we have simulate the forums and also Metaverse Marketplace so that you can have a chance to try out how it's like to join the virtual environment and to join this session or to join this event virtually.
สวัสดี
Good evening, everyone. Next session, we at Metaverse Forum again and EN-SITE2022 for Startup Innovation Thailand Expo 2022. Today we have so many knowledge and from expertise from the many experts to exchange the ideas and concept or mindset on innovation that we are get ready to reconnect to the world as we come with the concept reconnecting the world for the innovative city. So I would like everyone who are in Metaverse, you can catch up all programs in these 3 days. Next topic is gonna be Bangkok EV City by Dr. Yosapong Laonuan, the Assistant President of King Mongkut Technology Institution, Thonburi. And today we're gonna take a look on EV vehicle market in Thailand, how it's gonna be. Let's take a look. What many people, more and more people now interested in electric vehicle and what's opportunity, what's obstacle in Bangkok. Let's take a look from Dr. Yosapong. So hello, good evening everyone. Both on-site and online audience, today we have got an interesting topic for the Site 2022 organized by National Innovative Agency. Today, this session topic is EV updates in the world and Thailand. And today we have been honored to have Dr. Yosapong Laonuan, who's working at King's Mongkut Technology Thonburi Institution, and he also the chairperson of the Association of EV in Thailand. Professor, as for the EV, this is the hot topic nowadays, both in Thailand and international community. The sale volumes now been increasing, and this is like trend or mega trend for consumer and also those who interested in EV, electric vehicle. Can you please give us the current update situation of EV in Thailand and in global community? Okay, let's start with me sharing you back 10 years back of the EV. You see there are probably lots of abbreviation. EV is electric vehicle or electric car. 100% PHEV is hybrid vehicle. It still have the engine, but it can also use electric vehicle. It's kind of hybrid, but usually EV is the 100% electric. So if we when look 10 years back, we see the growth has been changed drastically. Starting with 2011, that the EV sale volume that time is quite small, and up until it can sell up to million cars per year, it was 2017. And when it's 2020, it's become 3 million sale volume. And you see different colors, it mean different countries. So so just 1 year from 2020 to 2021, it's been up from 3 million to 6 million car. And it's the year that we got COVID-19. And actually, the sale volume of the auto industry been dropped. But how come EV has been up? I have to tell you that the global community using 80 million cars worldwide. So this number is not even 1% of the global market, but when we take a look on this, it's been growing drastically, significantly. So it shows that how come electric vehicle has come to demand with high demand. And you see the graph in the right hand side. Number one is Tesla. The green graph. This is the green color is EV and the blue color is PHEV. For example, like Volkswagen, they have two groups, both green and blue, BEV and PHEV. Some company have only one, have only single type, but many companies have both types. In 2021, the sale volume is almost 1 million for Volkswagen. Or that's Tesla for almost 1 million car. So Tesla has become the leading company in EV market. And we have seen some Tesla running in Thailand, right? Yes, that we heard the news. I'm a detective. They register in the new name company. They start to penetrate Thai market. I mean Tesla. And in the past, we call Thailand is gray market because it's the independent dealer, importer, and now it's become more official. So yeah, I think it's quite interesting that Tesla penetrate Thai market. In this graph, this is the. We will take a look at the global level first. In 2021, from 2010 to 2021, you see that accumulative car has been growing drastically. That we now end up to have 16 million car. Sorry, it's some technical.
ไม่รู้ว่าทำไมพอแชร์จากตรงนี้แล้วมันหลุดไป
Sorry for technical problems. Yeah, we've been talking about the amount of cars. So this is the accumulative from 2010 to 2021. It's been selling.
ครับก็ประเทศจีนก็เป็นอันดับหนึ่งเลยที่มีรถยนต์ไฟฟ้าสะ
It is a sale volume from 2010 to 2021 that we've seen EV more than 6 million, but EV including BEV is more than 8 million car. That we see that the proportion of BEV is much higher than PHEV, but now the market more on BEV, and there's a forecast what could be the future. This is of Bloomberg. They made this slide from what I said. Actually, there almost 90 million cars, but it's dropped during COVID-19 at 70, and it's been predicting that it keep rising. And before we come back to the number of 2019, it's going to take some years. Then we see the BEV and PHEV is both increasing. And and we still use the internal combustion or traditional car is still part of this proportion, and 2035 you will see half proportion. So it means for about 10 years from now, more than of the sale volume is going to be EV. This is the global market.
ที่เนี่ยเขามอง
So just now the scenario just now was economic transition scenario, and this one was created by Bloomberg economic transition scenario or ETS and NZS or next zero scenario, because now we have been talking quite a bit about net zero carbon. So you can see the dotted line and a solid line. They have used different colors, greenish and pinkish color. So there are some countries who will be in the leading position in growing market share. So for the green colors, the green color represent leading countries, and the dotted lines are net zero scenario, and everyone is aiming towards this goal. South Korea, Germany, and China have a very high proportion of growth, and it has been predicted that we're going to reach almost 100% net zero scenario in 2030. So, and if you move to the right hand side, there are some companies, Japan, Australia, US, they are now catching up. And for the NZS, it's very similar. They will reach 100% at 2030, but for economic transition, it might take longer time for the leading companies. They're going to reach 100% after 2050. But for the leading companies, they're going to reach 100% at 2040. And countries in Southeast Asia, for example, India, and the rest of the world, they are a little late in this scenario. But still, their growth for the normal scenario, for ETS, it will take them maybe even after 2050 to reach 100% of ETS. But for net zero scenario, probably they're going to reach about almost 80% or maybe around 100% around 2035. And I think for Thailand, we could be in the middle group or the catching up group. From the perspective, this is the overview of Southeast Asia countries. We are not that late, but we are in the groups that are trying to catch up. And these slides here present the overview of growth of different countries. Of course, we need to know who are leaders, who are catching up, and who are latecomers. And when we look at these diagrams, graphs here, we can see diversity of models. The data presented here is from 2017, and many players jump into this and working on EV technologies. So how come it takes so long for the advancement in this technology? It was because the cost of battery per kilowatt hour, it was about $1,200 per kilowatt hour. And now at 2020, the price dropped significantly. But of course, now the price has jumped due to several factors. But of course, we still hope that this will be just a short-term problems. And here I would like to show you that who are the leaders in the global markets and the trends of the pricing in the past several years and make electric vehicle more affordable. I would like to ask additional questions. So for ion battery, what would be the trend of consumption, limitation of consumption, if the price continues to drop? I think it comes to demand and supply, because now the price might be a little bit higher than the average compared to the past year. We have higher demand, but the supply side is still catching up. So the price will reflect this. The price will be higher. But before this, we may have the issue of low production, low demand, low supply, and high production costs. But now we are going through the transition period, and we are going through the learning curve. Of course, the price shows a downward trend, but this year could be the year 2022. The average cost has risen, but because of the free market, everyone will try to increase the production and to make that price point more competitive. Here, we are going through the period of transition. The sellers or CATL, 10 years ago, nobody knew about this company, but today this company has become the leader in the battery market for EV. Of course, everyone's trying to step up to be in the leading position. There are several companies that would like to jump into this market, and with the lack in demand, with the lack in supply or the demand, of course, everything has to be adjusted. Overall, the price might be on the downward trend, but in some period, the price may go up. It's very clear. Thank you very much for sharing regarding the situation of battery.
This is the global picture. Now let's take a look in Thailand picture. We have the National Electric Vehicle Policy Committee that's been set up on 7 February 2020 and chaired by Deputy Prime Minister. And we have many people, key driver, air pollution reduction, and I'm also one of the committees. So what's the key driver? First is to make Thailand to be the production base for EV and also the parts. Why we have to do EV? Because in Thailand, we have to reduce the pollution. When it's close to winter, we're gonna have PM 2.5 particle issue. Number two is net zero. This is the global trend. It's a greenhouse gas reduction to reduce CO2. So the EVs can help a lot on this. Number three, the key driver. We can create the new industry because Thailand is actually now the auto production hub already. So that's how Thailand should be the hub for EV. And we have long-term goal, probably not about the endorsement. And we set a goal in 2013 that Thailand and towards 100% zero emission vehicle or CEV and sell by 2035. But we probably target 2030 or 2030 that we would like to have EV, and we have another term, zero emission vehicle or ZEV. There's no carburetor at all. So in 2030, we want 30% of the auto production in Thailand is EV, both auto and motorcycle. both kind of motorcycle. But for the sale, it means that 50% of 2030, and motorcycle 40%. For the buses, probably have higher proportion, and tuk-tuk should be 100% in 2030. So apart from cars and motorcycle, we see the charger, station charger, right? That we would like to have 12,000 outlets. But for motorcycle, we would like to see 1,450 stations. So that's the overall national EV policy. We also have incentive by the BOI, and plus with what I said, if we want to produce in Thailand, we can reduce tax, and with the government subsidy for 100,000 baht for a motorcycle, 8,000 baht, for example, and we have set the price. If anyone doing business for the EV charger, we have a special rate for them so that they can sell and gain margin, sell the power for set up the EV charger. And when they do the registration, it should be cheaper, annual registration fee. And also the government EV fleet policy should happen. Okay, and then user subsidies. So this is what should be happen. I probably don't go into detail, but this is the overall EV policy of Thailand, that, as we said, it can reduce the import tax. If the price lower than 2 million baht, they can tax exempt. And the subsidy 18,000 baht, for example, including pickup car and motorcycle is 18,000 baht, for example. But there we have to sign MOU and the private sector to get this program. So we need to have the long-term plan here. In 2025, we have to get ready for this plan. And also we have package, BOI promotion package for EV, and including the parts. In short, we should attract investment from foreign investors. This is a good opportunity to allow small business in Thailand to grow. And this is the current EV status in Thailand. If we take a look in this picture, the tendency is similar to other countries. In 2017 to 2021, you see different colors here. The yellow color is the hybrid, and also the PHEV and the BEV. And you see 2020, the market tendencies get higher from 3,000 to be 5,700 cars EV. And for this growth, the registered car of 5,700 cars, the BEV will be on next slide. BEV is 11,000 EV car out of at the end by the end of 2021. And we see the cars 4,000 and motorcycle 1,000, for example. And we've seen this as the growing market, even though in global picture we can sell only 1 million cars per year, but it still keep growing, as we see by proportion. Even though now the number is like 10,000 comparing to other countries. So this is the EV model selling in the market. There are many of them. many brand, many makers, many models, many and different prices. It's very varied. And this is another example of EV car developed in Thailand. I call this e-local EV in Thailand. There are few companies. We did the electric scooter, electric bus, electric tuk-tuk, or three-wheel, taxi three-wheel. So it probably not focused on the sedan, but we still have many other options.
And also for the another thing that I would like to talk about here is EV charging station. We have normal charging rate and quick charger. So of course there are many players from energy sector, PTT, the Electricity Authority of Thailand, and 3 or 4 startups. For example, eVolt, GridVis. Excuse me, and just now when you talk about normal charge and fast chargers, the timing of charging, what's the significance of the timing for charging? What would be the impact in terms of the consumer expectation or behavior in the future? Actually, for normal charging, it's done at home. It takes about 6 to 8 hours, but for the quick charging, it takes less time. Maybe 1 hour to full, or maybe 30 minutes or 20 minutes is enough for you to continue your journey. Because you may take a rest for an hour, have a meal, and have your car charged at the same time. We also have the AC. The quick charge is DC or direct current, but for the normal charge is alternate current or AC. And actually, I think we have over 700 charging stations and more than 2,000 dispensing units or the dispensing outlet, all the sockets. So what we have is here AC type 2 for quick charge or DC charger. So we have the combo type 1 or combo type 2 from Germany, combo type 1 from the US, for combo type 2 from Europe, and we have the charger, the socket, and the inlet type from Japan as well. So this is the overall sockets and inlet standard. And of course, we see the trend, the global trend and trends in Thailand in how we're going to move on the use of EV, and also the government agencies with their supportive policies. And what about the educational institute? What would be the future direction? I think in terms of the educational sector, myself are in this sector as well. So I've started to see many agencies that start providing short courses, short-term trainings. For example, at Prajom Kao Thonburi, they have set up Prajom Kao Thonburi Mobile Research Center or Mobility Research Center, and I'm also part of the advising committee. We also help with the policy setup, provide consulting and advice to the government. About 6 or 7 years ago, there was a time when we integrate and combine the educational sector and the public sectors working together. It was a trend because it's also the global trend, so that could be the reason why these changes have occurred. So, and I think the perspective from private sectors are very important, because for educational players, if they work on this area, but they don't have any support from the private sector. That could be very difficult for the educational institute to work and to move on in this arena.
เป็นคนขาย
For example, PTT, who is the energy seller, now they have take a look of the supply chain picture from upstream to midstream to downstream. That we have heard that lots of investment in this, and at the end, mobility service they have EV rental, and also selling power and charging station. So I have seen many private companies have involved in this, and we also seen the small charging, some small SME involved in the charging EV, like pop cars, for example. So there are lots of changes in the big scale and small scale that they've seen opportunities, and some SME who was the builder of the bus structure, but now they shift to be the EV bus themselves. So there's lots of changes. As we see lots of growth in this industry exponentially. But during COVID-19, we have seen this. From your perspective, you think what's the factors of why it's growing exponentially like this, even during COVID-19? I think it's the global trend, and we see the global market numbers even higher than Thai market, because EV first is it helps a lot of environment, and so number one, they have purchasing power to buy it, to afford it. And if you can choose, then there's a small group of people who are the pioneering that I'm ready to change. I would like to take this option. I would like to help for environment. I think there's a group of people with this mentality, and some people think maybe the investment may be a lot, but in long term, the expense of EV is much safer. Even especially this year, the fuel prices and the oil price have been very expensive. Now you see it saved lots of money because with the EV, and they think that. But I think we can solve this issue. But now there's a high demand for EV with the factors of the oil price. Now the price average in the past it was 1 million baht. Now it's dropped to 800,000 baht. So now it's become a good alternative. Of course, we need to change the consumers' behavior. We need to take the study. Yeah, consumer needs to educate themselves to take a look on the benefit of EV. What about Thailand and Bangkok especially? Is there any chance that we could be the production hub of EV? Is there any possibility? I think Thailand has lots of potential in this industry. Now we have seen many new companies invested in Thailand, at least 2 from China, and also those who already existing player is also involving in this industry. So I think Thailand still have the key role in this industry. Before you leave, what about the tendency and direction for the small startup? How they can get to this trend with the mega trend, with the global attention? I think for SME, there's still room for their involvement and contribution because EV startup in Thailand it's been happened just 4 years ago when it hasn't been the trend yet. So there's a room of opportunity that they can raise fund, and I think what I've seen is that the conversion of motorcycle, there are more players in this segment, but we still have to take a look on other segment like the second-hand cars. Then is it worth to invest, or is it worth to invest in EV as alternative because of the oil price? So before we leave, do you have any residue message for the researcher to keep the clearer picture on this? I think this is the global trend, and the key issue is that when we use EV, it reduces lots of air pollution, CO2, and also there's a room to develop many innovations. So I believe this is the transitional period. First, we have to understand the technology, and we have to try to understand what's the gap that they can fill up. Okay. Maybe they have to take a look. I have seen 4 or 5 startups, car sharing, charging, or do the tuk-tuk sharing. So this is probably the other kinds of trend, like other kinds of charging that can buy with crypto. I'm not sure cryptocurrency, but there's then that group and to secure trading, energy trading, because charging is about trading energy. So I think it's probably a new trend for the charging EV. So SME can take a look on this, what's missing, and they can fill the gap. There are not many companies creating different apps that how can it easy to use. So this is some example. That I'm sure there's still room for contribution. I think we have seen the clearer picture, and as Dr. Yosapong have gave us the big picture and the global picture of Thailand and global market on behalf of National Innovation Agency. Thank you very much for your contribution and sharing your knowledge and experience. May we invite you again in the future and have you to support a startup and also especially involving with EV. So thank you very much, Dr. Yosapong. Thank you very much. Thank you. My pleasure.
ได้เลยค่ะต้องขอขอบ
So thank you very much, Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Yosapong Laonuan, the Assistant President of King Mongkut Technology Institute, Thonburi, EV City, Bangkok, Thailand. So we have seen the big picture of this industry, and he himself is an expert, and that's another interesting topic. And we're gonna continue into the next session that's gonna run into English, and it will be the last session of today. So if you still with us, please be with us, stay tuned. The emerging issues in Asia Startup Hub.
Distinguished speakers are going to discuss about the topic of emerging issues in Asia Startup Hub. So in this topic, if we talk about the Global Startup Hub is an important mechanism to accelerate the growth of startup in order to develop an ecosystem that is ready to and also able to support the rapid expansion of startup businesses. So in this topic, our speakers are going to find out the answer of the question of how are startups in Asia preparing for a recovery after the easing of the COVID-19 situation, whether in terms of infrastructure, laws, regulations, investment privileges, and related policies. So right now, we'd like to introduce to you our distinguished speaker. Start from Ong Yan Lim, Assistant Director, Risk, Capital and International Action Community for Entrepreneurship Singapore. Secondly, Evan Yom, Director, Digital Industry Development, Tech Ecosystem and Globalization, MDEC, Malaysia, together with Mr. Ted Suwagi Miura, Director of Global Startup Promotion, Fukuoka City Government, and also Akiko Nakagawa, Global Startup Center, Fukuoka City, Japan, and lastly, with Ruye Chen, Chief Executive Officer, Task Park WHA. So right now, please enjoy with this session. Thank you very much.